G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more assertive modding for Space Engineers. I'm feeling pretty good about the project so far, and I actually meant to say progress then, not project, but I, ran with it. Last stream, I managed to make some good progress. I kind of managed to expand the behaviors that I wanted to for the medium and high. For the space cargo ships, for the Atmo cargo ships, and now I've got to do the bases. I need to think about... Seriously, Charlie? You're making a lot of noise. I need to think about how I'm going to increase... Okay, that's real loud. I'm going to need to increase the amount of difficulty that comes along with those bases. But I think for that, maybe I don't want to go the same route as I've gone with the cargo ships. The cargo ships, I didn't want them to get substantially bigger over time, because the bigger you make the cargo ship, the more problems you're going to have with performance and that side of things, and it's going to be a whole big thing. Whereas bases, because they're static grids, you can get away with them getting a little bit bigger. So my thought all along had been that as the bases progress, they'll get bigger, they'll get heavier armaments, they'll be able to do more to you sort of thing. So it may not be something I need to strictly do before release. But I've actually loaded up the wrong game. The wrong save. I thought I might load up the base saves and talk about another idea I had to spice up the difficulty, which I had done a little bit of work on before, which was having little outbuildings for the bases. Seriously, dog, you are being so noisy this morning. What is with you? Just... So one way to make the bases more difficult than they are currently is to have little outbuildings that are just a turret that doesn't have any beacon. Things that spawn a little bit further away from the base, or even, within 100 meters or so. But it means that you can't just focus on the one building. You have to pick these other ones, which may even get a little bit hidden by a tree or something like that. That was where my thinking was going. Last time, before I forget, we also talked about the de-escalation method for Assert as a whole, for the faction. And Lucas commented on one of the recent streams with what I think is actually a really neat solution. So the really neat solution is have the cargo ships, if they reach their destination without getting attacked, so basically the way the cargo ships work, you fly along. If they get attacked, then they can register that as a trigger being triggered. If none of those sorts of aggressive triggers actually get marked off, then we can end up with... Then we can make it so that the... my brain is just not working. We can make it so that under those conditions, the cargo ship will then trigger a reduction in your standing. An improvement in your standing, I should say. So that's the idea. These were testing of something totally unrelated, so let's get rid of them. They don't need to be in this save. I may also get rid of these big old ones from this save and create a new save game in a sec. So let's get rid of them. No, Nev. Your standing will increase if up to a point. So they'll still not like you, but instead of being in a position where they'll actively hunt you, they will instead just go back to the semi-passive state that they start in. So it's a way that you as a player can choose to not interact with them for a while if you want things to calm down, if it's getting a bit too hard for what you're dealing with. Also, thanks so much, Froggy and Navy, for 6 months. Thanks, Orsa, again, for another tier 2 for 15 months. And thanks, MN Lumberjack, for 5 months Prime. Thank you very much. I'm glad also that this is a stream you can watch without having to stay up late. Hey, thanks, John Keys. Thanks for the bits. So the idea would be that if you are struggling because I've made things too difficult and you want things to calm down, instead of going after every single cargo ship, you can ignore them, and they will slowly, and it will be quite slow, return your standing to the initial starting standing of minus 1,000. So the next ship that you, like if you attack things in quick succession, then you'll run into problems. I'd like to introduce some sort of bribe mechanic, but I think what Lucas suggested is something far more achievable, and something that I can actually probably do potentially even before I release the mod. Which would be create condition for standing improvement if cargo ship not attacked prior to despawn. So, no, there's the threat score I already used Canada to decide what spawns, as in it increases the options of things that can spawn as your threat score increases. But I think... Oh, I just realized we've now got ladder things. I can change how these sorts of things work. Got the ladder passageways. That gives more options for some of these towers and stuff. There's no mechanism that I can think of for like, we kind of have to fake a lot of the things that happen. My graphics feel really not great here. I don't know what's going on. Doesn't like me having that high. It feels wrong. I messed with all my graphics settings when my 3090 briefly died on me. Oh, you're thinking about multiplayer servers, are you, Nev? Yeah, that would be an issue with it sending out a thing that increases anyone's standing. I suppose I get what I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think there would be a way to do it so that it's only players within a certain distance of that cargo ship at despawn. So when the cargo ship reaches its despawn location, anyone within 15 kilometers will get that standing buff. Which I think would be reasonable enough for a server, because anyone in that region could have gone after it and didn't, so they'll get, you know, an extra 5 points. So that'll take them from minus 1500 to minus 1495. Yeah. I think that would be a reasonable amount. In fact, let's write that down. Because I'll forget. For multiplayer, ensure only players within 15,000 meters will have standing improvement. Thanks, Big Mike O'Shea. Thanks for the Prime sub. But yeah, so these are the bases I've got at the moment. And the last time I was working on base designs, I was building these towers. These towers were both intended to be an occasional spawn that could just happen in the wilderness. So you'd run across this tower that just starts shooting you, you'd be like, what? But I also intended them to be a tower that could spawn beside a base like this. So just like I can do with the drones flying escort to the cargo ships, one of these could effectively be placed as escort to a base. I'm not sure you can do that bit, Nev. Yeah, Alchema, although it'd be nice to be able to set up some way for complex things like you run an escort mission and that gives you a really nice standing boost, as in you protect something that a cert needs to get somewhere. It's like a critical mission and that gives you a bigger bonus if that one survives. I think trying to make something like that that can't be exploited is going to be nigh on impossible. I think it'll just be too easy for the players to exploit that sort of setup. Unfortunately, as much as I would like to eventually do something like that, I also don't think it's in the scope of what I'm trying to do at the moment. Yes, that is intentionally on fire, the thing that's on fire. That base is meant to spawn that way. But yes, protect it. See, I guess you could try and protect a cert from Reavers, because the Reavers will trigger the damage, and so you wouldn't get the despawn buff if you have both active in your save. So that could work. Now, we've got a whole bunch of different passageways now. These were my different ideas for posts to have turrets on top of. But I think I probably need to redesign them since we've got better blocks now, including the cylinders, so I don't have to use wheels for things to be placed on. So I think that's what these are. Yeah. I don't have to use half-built wheels that have limited texturing options. So what I might do now, as a way to make these bases temporarily increased in difficulty for the higher levels, is create turrets to spawn alongside them for medium and high difficulties. Can't do that, Canada. I know no method to do that. I'm sure there's some tricksy thing you could probably wrangle with MES to make it look like buildings were upgrading over time, but what it would be deleting the existing one and putting a new one down, and yeah. Not really what I want to do. Alright, that. And that. You would kill everyone's toasters if you did that. Potentially. Did I mean to do those as different? Are they actually different colours? No. Huh. Weird. I'd never noticed those blocks were different. Anyway. Distraction! Inathil, I don't want to have any scripts on any of my bases. Scripts are much more prone to... Well, scripts are as prone as mods are to breaking. And once a script breaks, you have to fix the whole blueprint. And that is a pain to do. As I discovered from my old designs that were all script-based. It's like, I can just do a really simple tower like that, but that's boring. What can I do to make this interesting? The half-built ladders, I think, add something. Though for a tower like that, I could have completely built ones. Yeah, also, the more bases there are, the more scripts there are running, the more performance hit there will be. So for a simple turret tower, it needs to have a battery at the bottom, a turret at the top, and enough height that if the terrain isn't completely flat near the base, it will still be in the voxel at the bottom and out of the voxel at the top. So you kind of got this weird thing for MES spawns. If you imagine this is the center, as you go further out, you want to go both further up and further down. Similarly on the other side, because the further it goes from the center, the further the terrain can vary up or down, and you don't know which way it's going to be. So you want to end up with something that's got that extra height so that it can be placed around it. A tripod can't really be done in Space Engineers. It has to be a quadrupod. Trying to do anything that looks like a tripod always looks weird because you don't quite have the angles for the other sides. And I'm trying to make these bases all look a lot more... what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like... To me, they fit into the Space Engineers world more. They're designed around the aesthetic of the blocks that we're given. They're not trying to fight the aesthetic of the blocks that we're given. Splitsy doesn't want to create von Neumann replicator bases that take over the planet. No, I don't. Because then everyone would complain. This mod's so hard, it burns my potato to the ground. I can't play it. It kills everything. They wouldn't necessarily be wrong, but that's the sort of complaint that I would get. Now let's try a few different things here. Have we got some passageways? Oh wait, I want ladders, which are on the other one. Ladder shafts. Don't think ladder shafts are going to help me here. They're a little too chunky. I don't really want this to be build state, because as soon as I go to build state for these, we end up with the situation of it always being shiny or rusty or frozen, because they're our only options. What other things can I add to the side of this to make it more interesting? Guess I could put black neons for paint, for cables. I wonder if there's something I can do with the symbol blocks. I don't really mess with them much. It's an interesting bit of detail that I've never used before. Go concrete with the black neons. Yeah, let's have a look at black neon. Start it this way. That's something. And then let's see how this looks in concrete. Concrete, grey. That actually does work for the cylinders, doesn't it? Looks a bit weird at these edges, but not too bad. Oi. Excuse me. Yeah. Kind of like the little differently coloured hyphens now. Something to break it up a little bit. Because the trouble is, most of the things you want to, that I feel like I want to do to a tower like this end up being the same the whole way up. It doesn't actually break it up. All it does is just add more detail. Whereas something like this, instead of a section being one single block, a section is now 2 blocks, which means there are fewer sections that are repeating on their way up. Like the cable does kind of the same thing as the ladder does. So I'm not sure it really adds anything much. So I'd probably either do... It'd be an either-or thing with the cable. It'd be that or the ladder. Actually, you joke, Alchemachrome, about the loudspeakers, but sometimes the sound block can actually be a useful decorative piece. Maybe not in this case. The yellow kind of doesn't work. Kind of doesn't work. I could certainly make them out of beam blocks as well. I could make a tower out of beams. I've quite like the idea of using the corrugated texture on the beams. When you look closely at the corrugated texture, it's really heavily scratched. And I think that works really nicely for the beam blocks. Makes them look worn and not particularly well treated. But something going up like this, and with the end, beam end, where is it? Beam block end. That's not a bad spot to put a turret on. And just like the one next to it, I can easily put a ladder on one side to break it up. Enethil, I think a few people might be glad that I'm not following your evil designs today. I used to have things like warheads go off in my bases when people would get to a certain point. That's how we got Capac exploding in Survival Unlikely in one of the early episodes. I moved away from that concept largely because of the significant voxel deformation that it causes, but also it's really quite cruel for you to have just taken out the turrets in a base for it to then explode. That doesn't seem that just seems mean rather than fun. I did it when I had the setup back then because I didn't honestly, I hadn't really thought about it all that much. I hadn't thought about the way that the different things I was doing would impact on a player and how that would play out, really. I'm just going to see if I can actually walk up these things. Climb up these things. Yeah, DeJong, that's exactly it. It feels a bit cheap because if you know it's there, you'll mine under the base or just ignore that base entirely. If you don't know it's there, it's a moment of the creator being mean to you and you get angry at it. I certainly think there can be fun to be had with traps and things like that, but I find that warheads... There's not enough nuance in what you can do in traps in Space Engineers. You either have welder traps that are really easy to defeat, or you have warhead traps that just destroy everything. The traps that we're able to use just don't have that middle ground that we need to have some real fun with it. The supply cache does not always blow up on you. Lucas's supply cache building, you can get lucky and sometimes it will not blow up. Doing a bit of RP, that tower is such a bad piece of design, having to climb up and reload it. Has to be government designed. Seems likely. Now, there is an unfortunate thing that could happen with this that I've just realized. It's entirely possible that the ERT could end up buried. So I probably don't want to do this. I might do this instead. Because that's what I've done for the 4-letter code. I don't want to deal with Capac's comments on a stream if we're playing with my mod. And he's like, "Why does your mod say this on it?" I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with that. Thanks, XE6. Thanks for the bits. Yeah, don't tempt me to do things that might bite me in the backside later. So both of these towers are super, super boring. Do either of them... What do you guys think? I'm not going to make them spin. No. Yeah, I think I like the cylinder one more. While the girder one looks good, looks interesting from this side, the flat side of them just looks so boring. And it makes it look like I've just put a... Like, if you approach this from the right angle, you'll just think I've shoved a block of armor in the ground. It does look very corporate, doesn't it? And I feel like I've done more interesting things with the other bases than what I've done with that. Let's get rid of that one. See what else I can do with this. Mike, the reason for towers is I need to be able to be placed near these other bases and not end up floating or completely embedded in the ground. So they need to be fairly tall, otherwise that can happen with the terrain changing around them. The tower is unfortunately something we have to deal with. There's, as far as I'm aware, there's no way for a secondary spawn around an initial one to sense terrain and match to it. Yeah, the ladders do create another point for structural integrity for it. What could I do? What can I do? Nope. Although... what about those not in yellow? Yellow doesn't work. What about them in blue? Dragon, I'm not sure about lights. I think... I don't want moving lights. I'm currently debating with myself how much attention I want to draw to these. That probably looks better with the grey, doesn't it? Although the blue does make it match to the other buildings a bit more. Like, I don't think I want to do, say, lights that slowly flicker upward or something like that, even though I could quite easily do that. Maybe if I made these just really dim red. So during daylight, that red is barely going to draw your eye. But during nighttime, it will. We considered a 2x2 tower. The trouble with a 2x2 tower is where do you put the turret on top? That was a lot of T's. Unless you're going to put 4 turrets on top or 2 turrets on top, a 2x2 tower has troubles. Yeah, it'll be difficult to see from this side. Like, let me demonstrate that one a bit. Because sometimes when I demonstrate these things thinking that they're not going to work, I come up with a way to make them work. So, let's do it. Could you mount the entire thing on pistons and set it so that when a player approaches within a certain distance, the piston cause the towers to rise up, surprising the player? Technically, yes. Will I? Probably not. I try and avoid having too many subgrids on any of the things that spawn with Assert. The exception being this dish, because it looks so much better tilted. It just... you needed the tilt. Without the tilt, it was just like... so I put the tilt on that one. But everything else is completely without subgrids. Much as Space Engineers has improved performance with subgrids, it's still something I avoid, because there's always that chance, especially on servers, that server load messes with the subgrid spawning and the whole thing then causes even more issues. So this is the problem with a 2x2. I could do a 3x3 and stick an artillery turret on top if I really wanted to be mean. But yeah, there's just no nice way of doing this and connecting it up properly. Though you could certainly do something like this. I think if you're going to do that, you probably want to do something like this at the top. To make it a bit more interesting. And I'm not sure how to make the rest of the tower look more interesting and not look like it's just a big silo. I actually don't hate that. Yeah, it's a disguise. It's a grain silo. Yeah. I'm not sold on that one. The red light is growing on me, though. The red light is growing. What else can we use? Like, I can still use these other designs, and it's nice that we've kind of got a bit of variation now. These other designs, though, I can improve by getting rid of... Let's copy it instead of, just in case I snap it in half. Can't remember how much these are actually held together. This design can be easily improved by going, getting rid of that, getting rid of that, getting rid of that, and then putting that in. And then a turret on top. Although, I actually think it looks better with the catwalk inside now. Almost. Because there's just a tiny gap with the cylinder that it makes it almost look like it's floating. So one of the restrictions I've kind of imposed upon myself for these designs is that they need to fit alongside these sorts of bases. And as you can see, these bases are not particularly large. In fact, they're quite small. Especially these ones. These are getting a little bit bigger. But even the largest base, this one, still not particularly big. So the outer turret defenses of a base like this really can't be that big. They need to be quite tight and a fairly small size. Ooh, reinforced conveyor. That's an interesting idea. Didn't think of that one. It's a good one. Let's have a look. I reckon there'll be a way to make the reinforced conveyor look good. Because it looks good from 3 sides. There's only one dull side, and that can be the side that you put the ladder on. You can tell how survival ready my builds are. I don't even have conveyors on. Oh wait, no, they do look bad from 3. They do look dull from 3 sides. Yeah. Really good from that side though. Oh yeah, true. I could use test something with the pipes. I totally understand why they made it so that this was airtight on 3 sides. But in this specific use case, it's not helpful. What can we do? What can we do to make things more interesting? Ooh. Huh. Huh. Yeah, that weirdly doesn't look horrible. Because at a distance, the contrast actually increases, which is oddly desirable. Tried beams before Razzle Dazzle, and they just a little. Now that I've come up with this idea, I may be able to make them look good, but they just looked a bit dull with what I'd done. Tommaso, a doubled negative in Australia is a good thing. Like, it's rare that someone, if asked how they are, will say, I'm doing well, or I'm good. It'll be more like, not bad. And it'll be tone of voice that conveys where that not bad sits in the spectrum of how good their day is going. So, doesn't look horrible is definitely a compliment. 100%. What can I put in the corners of this? Yeah, exactly. Like, you're not wrong. It seems to be a more common linguistic choice in Australia than in other places I've been to, and with other people that I've spoken to from other countries. It seems to be one of our quirks. Like, depending on the strength of your Australian accent, you may well phrase everything as a question because you have an upward inflection at the end of every sentence. Do we have any blocks I can put on the corners? I don't think we do. Neons don't sit on the corners. I mean, they sort of do if you put the little corner piece on, but it's not really enough here. Corner lights do. Just looking for weird things that I haven't thought of that might work. Yeah. Corner LCDs. Yeah, they might work better than lights. So they're a bit more full of a... They're a bit more full block, aren't they? Obviously, I'm going to have to put something on them. I have an idea of what. Nope, that's too much. Yeah. They're slightly glowy, which may be an issue come nightfall. But I reckon if I make them maybe just a little bit darker. Let's try 10. Might be going. I think I think it looks better with them on there than not. If you turn them off, let me show you what happens when you turn them off. Unfortunately, with LCDs, they say offline in big letters. Not ideal. But what I could put on them as well would be... Can I edit? Oh, I can't edit the text across all of them. Well, that sucks. Would be like, write assert down it or something. Oh, yeah. Put something like this across it. Oh, that's not quite enough. Just some texture. Maybe. And instead of having that white, the black. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. That doesn't work. That does, though. That adds a bit of extra texture to it. It's not too bad. Right, let's grab them all. We'll set the text up to be the right thing. So, font size needs to be about probably as big as I can get, and then I'll adjust the text padding down to get it kind of centered. About there. This is a lot more detail than I was expecting to go to, but I like it. The only unfortunate thing is the effect will be totally ruined the first time someone destroys one of the batteries on these. it loses power. But I quite like the effect next to the windows. And I do love using blocks like this for slightly odd uses. The Lego fan in me is made very happy by it. And I almost feel like I should put the LCDs down this side too. This looks kind of flat. I might put a couple of lights on there instead. I quite like this tower as a heavy tower. It's nicely different. Different to anything I've done before, at least. That's not what I want. I want lights. Go on, light. And I'll set these up to be the same red as the other tower that I made over there. Oh, that's what I should do as well. I should put on the bottom of this a conveyor junction. Then the battery. Because if I don't, the conveyors will be yellow. No, they are not connected underground. They will be a separate freestanding grid. That ideally will be like embedded in the ground, something like that. Or, you know, deeper. Around the battery as well. Yeah, actually, fair point. May as well make it the whole way down so that it is less wonky if some of it comes out of the ground. Give it even more range of safety. These look alright in concrete. Yeah, actually they do. Yeah, so now that I've got kind of two models of tower that I think I'm happy enough with, which would be this one and this one, we can start playing around with spawning bases that have these towers near them. Actually, I have to say I've got 3. I don't think I want this snow one, although I think at the time I made these ones were meant to be terrain sensitive, because you can have terrain sensitive spawns with MES. So the snow ones were meant to only appear on snow voxel. But because I'm going to be spawning these alongside the other bases, I can't really do that. In fact, let's add that to my list of things. Make bases which are painted snow, rust, etc. and are voxel sensitive spawns. I think that'll add some nice a nice touch to things. Yeah, so Klinger, the idea of these bases is for them to spawn with one of the other bases to elevate the difficulty of the other bases to something. It's so annoying that LCDs can't copy their settings properly because of the way they work. I have to change them to that so they have more settings available. Then I should be able to copy the rest of the settings. Nope. Yep, doesn't work. Okay. Oh no. Why are you not giving me all the options? This is probably why. It's so hard to copy LCDs to make them all the same. I have to change the value to make sure all the new LCDs are set to the new value. Okay. Yeah, effectively, I guess it would do something to limit attempts at sapping the bases. Probably not going to stop it. But I think it just allows us to have more varied defenses around a base without me having to come up with a whole bunch of different, like, completely unique designs. Get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. And I'll move this a little bit further away so we can have stacks of 3 different types. Any variants I want to do. Cool. So my idea would be that these littlest ones, they're going to have to be placed pretty close to these bases. These next ones can go a little bit further away, which is why they're taller. And these ones can go the furthest away. And are also the nastiest. So they kind of, as they get more difficult, they get bigger. Well, Magron, there is kind of a copy settings to clipboard, and that's using Build Vision, but Build Vision has the same trouble with LCDs that the vanilla control panel does, which sucks. I think I want this back in here. Actually, I think that looks better. I tried so many different round objects when I was testing this. This one was interesting, but I think has a few too many build states and oddities in it for me to actually end up using it. Because it's got O2 tanks. It's got... Oh, no, wait, that's not an O2 tank. That's an oxygen farm. That's what that is. It's a build state of an oxygen farm. No, Ecto. These can depress beyond horizontal. They can depress down to, I think, about 60 degrees. So you will definitely get shot here by that turret. I'll admit, I do like these ones as well. But I think we need something a bit more robust to go alongside the bigger bases, especially these taller bases. Unfortunately, going completed blocks rather than build states gives me less variation that I can do. A T-shaped tower. I don't know that I could make that look good. I also find that if you put too many turrets in one spot, it really becomes unfun as a player. Although saying that, that is entirely due to playing a lot of my recent stuff on foot. And a lot of my recent combat on foot, because I've made resources too hard to come by. So that may not be necessarily true for regular play, where you would use a vehicle to take on such things. But I think even still, having multiple turrets sometimes feels like... It feels like then the NPCs are doing the same turret spam that everyone criticizes PvP vessels for. As to Dan's question earlier about custom turrets, I'm not keen on giving the enemy NPCs custom turrets due to what I mentioned earlier about subgrids and the relatively, even though it's not as high as it used to be, but still relatively high risk of the subgrids going wonky at spawn. I'm going to try something here. Let's start off with all regular. And like I did for my floor in Survival Impossible, let's do a few different textures. Now that we have a few different options. And then what we need to do is set this to be slightly less bright. And go back to skin. It's subtle, but I kind of like the new tower better because it's all different. The concrete, I think if I went with it up close, wouldn't work, but if I added some concrete in there at a distance, I think it would. What about... What does sci-fi do to this? Oh, it's just normal. I don't think the ladders have, in terms of taking damage, respect the hitbox between the rungs. I think it's all just one big... I think it's just one box. I know you're not much of a shiny guy, but the retro on those looks pretty good too. Yeah, I just don't think shiny works with what I've done elsewhere. So I'm tending to avoid it. Corrugator's not on build state, is it? No. Wait, is it? Is that different? No. Man. Oh, if corrugated affected the build state and gave us a non-rusty, non-shiny build state, I'd be in heaven. This version of this mod is not yet available. Is planned for soon. Really, Laws? Really? With all the multiplayer you've been doing recently, are these newer constructions a sign you are keen for a silo adventure? Alright, I need to paint those reds. Those lights red. Hey, Lucas. I was mentioning earlier on in this stream your idea about making the cargo ships have the ability to improve standing on despawn if they haven't had any of their combat triggers go off. And I think it's quite a good one. As a way to allow the player to slowly get their standing back to that. Looks terrible. As a way to slowly get their standing back to something reasonable. I'm not okay with this. Let's go... for this. Oh. Those are way too red. It's too much red. Just looks so garish against the rest of the grey. I could do blue, I guess. Yeah, that tower needs something, doesn't it? How about this? Can't really tell the blue on the inside, can you though? Maybe that's not the right way to go. Maybe instead... we go with... painting these, and I'll paint the corner LCDs as well. It is all a bit bland and flat, isn't it? There's texture to it because of the grills and everything, but the color is really flat. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea to make some spotlight towers as well. I could make some variants of these that so that it's not always an extra turret that spawns. Sometimes it could be a spotlight, a searchlight. Yeah, I can't put... Yeah, I can't do any sort of light behind the grills because I do like this side of things with the conveyor being there. Indeed, Laws. A giant concrete tube with windmills on the side does not fit the aesthetic I'm going for. I don't know what I can do here. I mean, I could do this to... Let's see how it looks. Which breaks it up a bit. Makes it a little bit less grey tower pole boring thing. In fact, I can do this too. Leave the ladder to break it up on this side, but... Would neon paint on the conveyors put enough light behind the windows? I don't know. I don't know if there are any neon bits on those sides. That would be no, unfortunately. Yeah, there's no actual neon bits on those, unfortunately. It's a good thought, though. Horizontal stripes make it look shorter. And fatter. Wider? It's probably a better term to use. Maybe 2 blue, 3 grey pattern. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try changing it up a bit. It's not all, so it's not just alternating. Or even just that. Huh. Yeah, I don't even know if I've got the correct blue, I'll be honest. Color already selected. I do. But yeah, I think you're right. It is a bit darker in that one, so let's brighten it up a bit. Yeah, I like this with the... That was a good idea. That's too bright. It's too bright. Let's bring... whoops. Let's bring that down again a little bit. Can't remember where I started. That would have been helpful. Still further. A little bit further. Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah, that looks more matching to the blue that's existing currently. Good thought. Good thought. This is exactly why I like doing these designs on stream. The stuff that I've made on stream has often been drastically improved by the suggestions that I've been able to implement in some way. Or inspired something that's drastically improved the design. Yeah. Yes, the initial blue was like the tick blue. Cool. I think that tower's... I think I'm happy with that tower. I still want to do more to this one. I think I prefer the new varied one over the concrete. It uses the same kind of idea as the concrete in terms of making something that's a bit rough. I think adding the varied textures on the post improves things more. Where's the teal, though? No teal! No teal. If I went teal, I would have to replace the blue on everything with teal, and I don't think I don't think I can do that. Though now you've said teal, Lucas, I suspect that TFE is going to try and tell me that he'll happily make the paint modifier version of Assert that has teal versions that MES actually creates. That looks a little bit weird with an exclamation point. Goes upside down. I'm designing stuff for my NPC mod. Yeah, I think my original choice of this blue was to be similar to the solar panel blue. I think that's where I got the inspiration to do it from. With the dark down the middle inverting the blue and grey may work. True. Not sure I want the whole thing blue though. Have a look. Painting the skin for all of it first. Then we go battered. Then we go corrugated for a couple. Corrugated needs to be in the lighter. It does look more varied now. Because of the way the battered... Because most of the texture on the battered is grey. So against the blue it's, oops, much more obvious. Okay, I think I'll get rid of the exclamations. Don't quite work. I know what I was going for there, but I don't think it works. What do you guys think? I think the blue one might have just a bit too much variation. I have an idea with the grey one on how to make it more interesting. And that is to actually vary the colours on it so it's various tones of grey. At the moment, I've tried to match the grey fairly evenly and have it be all the same, but I think If I change the battered up to something that's a little bit darker. And then, like even just that. You know what would be cool? These tall towers, but like they're looking like they're spiked into the ground from orbit. The teleportation towers from EDF, you mean, Ragnarok? Something like that. Yeah, Clash. I think I like the grey look for repaired, whereas this just looks. This looks like when you see a car with one differently coloured door. Sure, it's a thing we see, but it's not really. Like, I think if we could do one of the corner panels a different colour, I'd potentially do that. But again, you're going to see this tower a fair bit. So if you're seeing it a lot and it has just one off colour, that'll really mark that tower out as, oh, I know exactly which one that is. Whereas I think this looks more like they've weathered unevenly. And to be fair, like most of these bases are not fully well kept. Part of something I will do eventually is probably go through and repaint a lot of them. Now that we've got more options, like I did for this one when I got the rusty. Oh, there's no equals. They didn't give us an equals. Oh. What this look? I think it's probably too long to be placed horizontally. So I think the ends will float too much. Oh, maybe not. Hi, my selfie. Yeah, Lucas. My idea was these will be placed around these other bases. Have you got a suggestion about... My thought was to do it in the method that I've done for the escorts. So setting their offset, their position offset from the base. Do you think there's a better way to do this so that they could spawn within, say... Like, the furthest distance I think I'd want one away would be about sort of here. Like, is there a better way to do that spawn rather than just having it as a fixed offset? Like, is there a random way to make something spawn in the immediate vicinity and be sort of... ideally voxel sensitive, but even if not? Is it possible to make a few versions of the tower that vary slightly so they aren't all the exact same when there's a bunch in one area? Yes and no. Depends what Lucas's response to my question just then was. If it's possible for me to have something spawn where I don't have to fix the exact location of it, then yes, really easily. I can make multiple versions of all of them and have them be different ones that get triggered with that spawn, so it's a bit random. Which would be kind of cool. Randomized distances is a bit tougher, however, there are ways to randomize what towers appear in a single spawn group. Oh. So instead of this prefab being fixed, I could have a different one. I could somehow randomize this bit. Because that'd be enough for me. Like, if I can make it so that I don't have to define every single tower that spawns with each base. If I can define a base will have a tower in this position and a tower in this position, and we don't know which tower it'll be, I think that'll be enough variability to make things interesting. Yeah, Ragnarok, like this base over here has assert written on the roof. A bigger base could have assert written on one of the towers, but it would have to be very carefully placed so that it doesn't just show the first 3 letters. So the way to have randomized numbers on the bases? Not really. I think you could potentially mess with the is there even I don't think there even is a plus. No, there's no equation symbols. There's no plus, equals, divide, etc. Or asterisk. Huh. Never noticed that before. Oh. What about that? Because that gives us the variation, but still uses the symbols. I think that's already looking a little bit better. You could possibly randomize number of them on them with some heavy manipulation profile shenanigans, though the effort might not be worth the payoff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it's manipulation profiles to change a specific block to a specific different type of block, and then have that specific different block that comes in be random, and yeah. Seems possible, but a bit more than we want. A bit more effort than is worth it. Does look a bit like Morse code. That's okay. Yeah, LCDs with a programmable block can easily do the numbers, but they're not visible at a great distance. Yes. Alternatively, you just make multiple versions of the grid. It's just what I tend to do. As you can see over here, I have 4 different versions of the same base, so you don't get the exact same base every time. So there are some variations, so at a distance they'll look similar, but up close they'll have their own individual quirks with turrets in slightly different positions, that sort of thing. Just how I like to do things. So I've got some easy ways to add some more variability without having to make 10 million different bases from scratch. I feel like I've done okay with, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different designs? Core designs? Is the red light working? Not sure about the red lights. I think they work from one side but not the other. I think they work in the dark but not in the light. So I may remove them. That's assertive base number 45. Time to check the tin can manual and see how to make this one. Yep. I think I'm going to get rid of the lights. I'm just going to leave that one there for a second. Might do. Let's just put one of them on here. What's there? Just wanted to grab the settings without having to redo them. I had the neon cabling looking stuff up the side, but I didn't really like it. Although, I did make a bad choice with it. I went the whole way up. I probably should do something more like this. And stop. Say, let's stop here. Is what? No, actually, let's use that one. That's what I should have done. It's funny, Ragnarok. I didn't read your comment until after I did exactly what you were talking about. I like the little horizontal bars. They look like clamps holding the four plates together, but perhaps to offset the ladder being visible on that side, you could have something go halfway up the other side. Yeah, I literally read it as I finished doing this. Can I get away with that? Is that going to be really glowy at night? Has a bit of a glow. Just trying to make it not shiny black. Maybe I go even less, like go maybe 0.5. It's pretty shiny black. Let's try 1. Yeah, I think it's either it immediately turns on as soon as you go above 1. Or above a certain threshold, which is not 1. Oh, that rounded to 1. And that rounds to 1 as well. Okay. Ah, whatever. Rueri, the SnowRunner bit starts when it starts, kinda. It's usually in about 2 hours, an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. It depends when Capac shows up. He's not the most reliable with timing. Snowrunner starts when the others get here and when Splitsy finishes messing with light colors on an inactive light bulb. Yep. Man, I wish we could turn neons off. So wish we could turn them off and be able to color them in their off state and on state. It'd be... it'd be such a nice thing to have. No, I think you've said that wrong, Dragnon. It's, a Capac is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he forgot to. Or he arrives precisely when the sandwich is due. Your choice. So, hopefully, most of the time when you come across this tower, it will be more like this. And that's all you'll see. The extra height is entirely there just in case. But hopefully most of the time it'll be something close to this. So I think at that height... kind of works. Oh, how... there's a way to spawn grids not perfectly oriented to gravity, and I don't remember how to do it, but there is a way to do that, Ragnarok. So if I had, say, a damaged tower that... yeah, there are ways to do that. I cannot remember how to do it, but there are ways. I want to try something. Nope. Nope. What else we got? What else could I try in here? Huh. Yeah, the sorter could probably work around that way as well. Though the sorter's a bit chunkier than I want, I think, for this. Hazard Storm, at the moment you should still be using the one that has Rival AI test version, because Rival AI isn't obsolete as a concept. The whole Rival AI got rolled into MES. So all of the Rival AI stuff still works with MES, it's just the Rival AI mod is not required. But for Assert, until I release the proper version, which is getting pretty close, you should continue using the test version. Hey, Takari. I really want a salvage contract mod. Something that only accepts enemy-owned parts of ships. Like intact hydrogen tanks. Huh. That would be quite challenging. Be interesting. Be interesting also figuring out the balance of how much to pay for things like that. To make it worthwhile for the player, but not excessive. Yeah, I bet you are, TFE. I bet you are. This is the tower of a space engineer. Not as clumsy or random as turret spam. An elegant construction for a more civilized age. What do you guys think of this new design? I think it looks heaps better. I think it adds what the paint did to the other tower without having to add heaps of blue. Just leaning back, staring at it. Yeah, I think I can keep... Yeah, I think you're right. I think I can both. I think I can keep both. Give 2 options. Yeah, there's a more interesting outline to it, isn't there? With the little 2 sections where it's almost got a waist. Yes, a piston could look interesting for something like this. Oh. Can you transfer ownership to an enemy in survival? I think you can. I see no issues with a randomly spawning tower that is intended to be somewhat embedded in the ground using subgrids for decoration purposes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. It's a cool concept to have the like to have something that would allow you to turn in complete enemy blocks or ships for a contract, but to have, I can see there are Space Engineers is not built around that concept, so there are a lot of ways that you can cheese it. Alright, cool. We have 2 towers of that design. I feel like this is now, as much as I like this tower, I think it now needs more work. And I have an idea of what I can do. Other one has given me some inspiration. Nope, that doesn't work. What else could I use that in there? That's probably considerably too chunky. That's a bit much. Hey D, how's it going? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. What do we got? There's some... Oh, hold up. There may be an option with these panels and the corrugated texture to do something good with it. Hiding inside from the heat. Kinda wish I was doing the same, but it is cold. Base and then taper off. Oh, I think I see what you mean. Thinking like, do these, say up to here, with obviously our little Let's see if this works. I think often with this sort of thing I have to try stuff because I don't often build this way. Oh, Dave, the break from content creation has been refreshing. That signs that I'm sure you would agree says it was a needed break. Anytime a break leaves you feeling refreshed, it's like, yeah, I needed to do that. Just gonna do the whole lot so that so if I kind of half do it, I think it'll make it harder to tell whether this has worked or not. The transition. Not. Yeah, this doesn't really work, does it? Let's try something different. Ooh. Huh. No, these are chunky. Too chunky. Dang it. Like, I think even with these around the corners, they'll look too chunky. That's a pity. So I reckon build state wise, these could be quite cool. Selective chunk is okay, but I don't think this particular setup works. Which kind of brings us back to the problem of the stuff I made the center of the pillar out of. And almost needing to be able to change that up. So these gun towers, the intent for them is they'll spawn alongside some of these bases when you get to a certain threat level, or when you've been mean enough to assert that they want to protect themselves more. So instead of just getting a base like this little one with just a couple of little turrets, it'll also have another turret that is placed offset to it and spawned at the same time, which will make your firing lines a bit more challenging to figure out as you approach, especially with the height variation and the way that it'll interact with the terrain. And I think it's a nice way to add difficulty to existing bases without me having to come up with some much, much larger bases to spawn. And will mean that as I do make larger bases, those ones won't need the extra turrets, but these ones can still spawn alongside it, so you don't just, once you reach a certain threat, don't just always get 10 million of these bases and no more of the little ones. Oh, right. Half catwalks. Forgot about half catwalks. Do something with them. I can't really put anything around the top because obviously with a large grid turret, it's occupying that space, and then I'd have empty space underneath the catwalk. But if I use those half blocks like that, that could be a nice way to break this up so that it's not so samey. Without having to go to something like neon. Or possibly better than what I've done, we invert that and go top and bottom. That was a lot of words, JRL. And yes, that would probably be a bit too much. Yeah, I think top and bottom works. But does catwalk work better, or does this one work better? Whoop. Wrong button. Wrong button. I think this might work better. I think I know what I want to do now. I think I want to get rid of one more. Go full block. Seriously? How did they not align those two? Like, I forgive a lot of the misalignment in this, but those don't align? Means I have to do it that way. Wow. That's like, a lot of stuff in Space Engineers can't properly align from both directions because of the way that the textures work, but those should. I can't see any reason why those shouldn't align. Ugh. So what I'm thinking is, this almost makes it look like that bit's extended out. It almost looks like a piston. I don't want to use a laser antenna DE because they have superconductor components in them, and these are spawning on regular old planets, and a lot of people use mods that reduce the availability of stuff like that on regular planets. Hey, Rush. Yes, good PvE is, I completely agree, what Space Engineers needs more of. But I'm someone who just generally prefers PvE anyway. This in the middle. That. No, that's too much. Yeah, I might make some of these into searchlight towers, which is pretty easy. I'll just stick searchlight on them. But for the moment, I'm working on trying to make the towers not look so boring. So there are a few variants. I think for this one, what I need to do is possibly change up this bit. And then it'll be alright. So I wonder if I do this on... If I... No, not battered. It has to be sci-fi. Also, I just realized I'm using heavy. I don't want to use heavy. Or maybe I'd... Forgot that the textures were very different. That? Does that work better? Does that just look like I've drawn a bunch of random stuff on the side of the tower? I think it looks like I've drawn a bunch of random stuff on the side of the tower. Just not ideal. Hmm. Perhaps some wiring. Uh... You would think the automated Gatling turret tower of all things would avoid graffiti. Yeah. I'm not sure how I'd transition this one to cylinder without it looking weird. I'm just trying to create something that doesn't look identical the whole way up. I think I've now extended this too far. Yeah, I think I've gone too far. Gone too not far enough. I'm probably gonna have to copy paste the other original one again. Just Dang it, Eisen. Why'd you have to do that now? Up goes the desk. Rims on the top and bottom to break up the line a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Instead of trying to extend the middle thinner section, I should cut towards the top. I should cut down the top. Let's just go back to what I had done that I liked, which was this. The half piece. Like so. And well, you know what? What if I do more than one of that? Maybe the issue is that I just did one, and for the height that we can see now, it looks funny. But if I did it twice, would it improve it? Yeah, Tex. More Snow Runner when Capac shows up. Yeah. What do you guys think now? I'm just gonna grab a drink, one sec. I think I want a grilled cheese sandwich. Just sell Capac's character once again. No, I'm not going to sell cat back to the bots. Yes, Tex, there is a thing as over-greebled. It's where you have so much texture that the texture now looks uniform again. Because instead of looking like there's variations across the surface now just looks all rough. And I think that's what I've achieved with this one. It kind of... There's no bit that stands out, really. Oh, yeah. I often forget about that aspect of merge blocks. That's a good point, Farrell. Where are we at? One of the things I often forget about is that this block... we're going to just shove it. Quickly show. Merge block is actually a decent transition to the correct width round block. Why won't this... There we go. Because it has that rounded... the stuff for the rounded connector piece anyway. Gives a bit of an interesting thing. Unfortunately, we don't have anything that's the right width for these clamps to show around the outside. Because that'd be obviously the best. But everything's just a little too chunky. But at least the little clips off the side here do add something. And that little bit around there adds something to transition it a bit more neatly. Light pole with a bolted base feel to it. Yeah, exactly. Huh. What if... Now, it may seem silly to spend this much time on a single, like, turret like this, but if you think about the way that most of us end up interacting with NPC mods, we see these builds a lot. And so, for me, the idea of spending a lot of time on making them look as good as possible is time fairly well spent, because you do run into them a lot. You do end up seeing them so much that if they're not as good as they can possibly look, they're going to get tired really quickly. I started to realize that it was a bit too busy with the... I think someone had mentioned this in the chat, but it didn't register for me. The ladders were a bit too busy against the open side of the conveyor. So I thought maybe if we switched them around. Yeah, Tex, you may notice that I'll often look at these from more of a great distance. zoom out and come back. It's exactly for that reason. Because people do engage with these typically at significant distance, though they also do engage with them close once they've taken out the turret. I think I may need to start this tower fresh. I like it, but I don't like it enough. I'll leave that there for the moment. Let's start again. I think it's given me an idea of a different way that I can do things with the where are they? With these blocks. Yeah, Takari, if I don't think I'm quite pedantic enough to go to the effort of bringing in a vehicle just to see what it'll look like at a distance. I think I completely agree with you that it's a very valid testing methodology, but I think it's more than I'm likely to worry about. Huh. If I'm going with this... If I go with these style, this actually gives me another option which I might be able to do, which is kind of along the lines of what some stuff that was mentioned earlier was, which is make it into sort of like a tripod or make it taper. I'm going to do that. Let's turn on symmetry mode. Oh, yeah, TFE, there is that issue. I use fairly high graphics settings, so how things look is going to be different as well. That is a very good point that I don't usually think about, and I probably should think about more. Don't think most people have their model quality, lights, and everything else set pretty high. And weirdly anti-aliasing off, which I did for some green screening, which I should probably turn it back on now that I'm not doing that. Because the anti-aliasing does weird things to green screen. Makes the edges not very nice. I want to be more technically correct. Chroma keying. I don't like this. Nope. 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 Go away. Don't like you. Go away. Go away. Don't like you at all. Nope. 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 Getting way, 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 way too big. Hey, thanks, Holden Forever. Thanks for 16 months. The settings would make my PC implode. Yeah, I'm very lucky that I can get away with it. Oh yeah, I like playing Space Engineers with low settings is not bad at all. I like when Capac and I first started recording anything in Space Engineers, I was running on a 970, which meant I was running things on medium-ish for a lot of it. And that was back in the DirectX 9 days. So, meh. But I'm more thinking that what I see at a distance is going to be different to what other people may see, because with model quality at extreme, I don't think the LODs for the blocks, I'm not even sure they use LODs for the blocks when you set it to extreme. I think they use the same model even at this distance as if I'm up close. Because there's no model pop-in. Yeah, that's what I thought, TFA. There's no model LOD on extreme, which is why I like it for making videos, because it means that the experience you guys get to see is the best that I can give you. The bit that's a bit crazy about it is that I'm also doing it at 4K. Yeah, that is an issue with the voxel side of things, with voxel on extreme, because sometimes that actually looks worse as a result. I don't use extreme voxel settings for Survival Impossible, even though I can get settings where extreme works. I don't use it because if I did, I'd end up with a hole... Actually, literally a hole in one of the planets. And it just looked weird. One of the distant planets from the surface in Survival Impossible just looks so weird on extreme voxel settings. It's like they do have LODs, but the LOD doesn't switch properly. It looks real bad. So, highest settings in Space Engineers is not always better. But back to the topic at hand, which is making towers that are really slender, but somehow still look interesting. Which is a lot harder. It's about as hard as it sounds. Right, let's... start with doing something similar to what's on the other one. I might even just completely forget about the idea of having any... what's the word I'm looking for? Oh man. If only we could actually place those like that, but only one of them will place. Keep that in my pocket for later. Hey, Turkey Baster. What about something bulbous or protruding at the top? Break up the silhouette. Yeah. What can we do here? This is hard. So Tex, you mean something like this? Except this one I'm using passageway, the half passageway blocks. I mean, to be honest, maybe I do need to be thinking for these heavier turrets a 3x3 instead of thinking a slender. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. I'm going to cut this out and pop it over here. Because it's not going to be one I include, but I'm just going to leave it there for inspiration later. Yeah, I'll be honest, Tex, I'm not sold on what I think you're describing, but I might not be thinking what you're thinking. So they look like solid support beams. Oh, hang on. Let me see if I've got if I'm getting the idea now. The trouble with tapers is Space Engineers doesn't really have enough blocks for a proper taper. So if I'm understanding what I think Text was suggesting, which is solid something in the middle, and then these as support struts around it. Or even something that looks flimsy in the middle with these as support struts. Well, that's exactly what these are, Tex. Those are corner armor blocks. Those are the rounded corners. That's exactly what this is. It's just that it's got hollow in the middle. Oh, you mean the angled corner? I mean these ones. Oh. Sorry. Misunderstood. Wait, hang on. Do you mean them that way? Or that way? Oh, you mean these ones? Half slope, light, half slopes. Wow, it took us way too long to get here. And you're thinking more like that. Which achieves the extra weight without adding a huge amount of extra weight to the size of it. Obviously probably not going to leave this incorrugated, but I'm not hating on it right now. So I'm just going to leave it. Maybe. Yeah, like starting with something like that and then working from it progressively, you'd be able to test out a bunch of different internal components for it as well. So if I just copy this across, just let's copy at the bottom where it's easier. Copy that. Try it with things like this. Oop. We can do things like... Could put the beams in there, but I find that the beams just have too many boring sides. As in, half of their sides are boring. But you can do that. Don't know why I put a T-junction in there, but does give the idea at least. So it does give a few varied options. Yeah, I suppose the advantage of this one is that you can do something like this. On the other sides. So you've either got the see-through side or you've got the side with the half blocks. Huh. If you could be more certain of the height, you could hang a drill in the middle. Yeah. You could make it look like a turreted drilling tower somehow. Stacked beams don't... I don't think stacked beams look very good this way. It looks like... Just because they're not using their... Like, they look like they have visual strength in one direction, and you're not using them in that direction, which to me feels odd. Half blocks on all four and a ladder inside. I guess we can try that. And where have I got that? Now, I don't want to use the ladder passageway because it undoes all of the nice, clear, able to see the whole way through this thing. Because it's got solid faces on three sides. Now, the problem with a ladder on the inside is what happens if this gets embedded in the ground up to here. There'll be this weird ladder that you can get to because you can access it from inside, but then you're stuck inside the tube. So I'm not sure that I want to do that one, just given the spawn limitations that we're working with. Right. What to do, what to do. Probably first up is change that corrugated on the side. I don't think it works particularly well. It's interesting, but I think it it just gives it's not really what I'm after. No. There's a Capac in chat. That means there might possibly be a Capac in TeamSpeak at some point soon. So I should probably get on there. Am I making an oil rig? No, Capac, I'm not making an oil rig. I'm making another turret to be able to kill us both. Something like this.
Turrets, you say?
Yes, turrets. Things to spawn alongside these bases so that they'll be, you know, offset by 20, 30, 40 meters from them in positions that will be slightly varied. Spice things up a bit as things get more difficult. Hey, Greg. So, Capac, if you're around, have you messaged a Mr. Space?
Not yet. He doesn't seem to be streaming today.
He may not be. He may be doing something else. So we may be able to start whenever he's ready, once he's presumably had some coffee or something. What would an assault turret look like instead of a Gatling? Good question. Like that. That actually fits really quite well. Don't think I'm going to be using artillery guns on these, and they're a little bit too big anyway. But assault cannon does. It does look intimidating.
I would have trouble firing downwards, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know how far those ones depress.
I'm trying to get access to it so I can see. I might need a seat. Can depress down a bit. Idle movement off, control, point downward. Let's have a look. So I can depress down that far.
Oh yeah, not too bad.
I think I was hitting somewhere out about here. So, like most of these bases, they'll be more embedded. This will be more embedded in the ground. Most of the time, it'll be somewhere like halfway in the ground. So you'll have to get up pretty close to be able to get under its line of fire.
Yeah.
But I think having a big blind spot at the base of the tower is fine, because that's what the turrets on the rest of the base are going to cover. So one of the issues with turrets other than assault cannons and gatlings is that the resources required for them get a little bit more exciting. I don't think the actual turret itself for the artillery turret has anything special in it, but the ammunition does. And I know the ammunition for missiles does as well, but the ammunition for missiles... Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about the bigger guns yet. I haven't played enough with them, and I think that's something that I'll toy with as time goes on and see which ones do what. So the whole Hydro-Man thing and people using jetpacks to get in to attack bases and get into blind spots of them. Once you're at a level where these towers are spawning around the bases, I'm likely to put a jetpack inhibitor in these towers. So you will have to attack with a grid. You'll have to attack with some sort of tank, some sort of fighter. You won't be able to go in on foot. It'll be designed around that intention of progression where no longer is your rifle enough to get you through. Now you need something bigger. Now you need to be an engineer and engineer things. The jetpack inhibitor is a part of the Modular Encounters Systems mod. Yes, the max AI range is still 800 meters. For now. Lucas is looking into ways to fix that with the turrets, but his things with fixed weapons can shoot further, but the turrets I don't think can, or I might have that mixed up. But I think that's the way it works. Correct me if I'm wrong, Capac, but I don't think tank specifies something that is tracked, does it?
I'm not sure.
It's just a
don't think
heavy...
so.
It's intended to be the term for a heavy assault vehicle with a large main gun.
Yeah, I believe that would be.
And yes, most tanks are a form of storage. That's correct, Ragnarok. So, as I've mentioned previously in these streams with designing this mod, I am not designing anything around the idea of people using other mods. If you use combat mods, that's your own problem. I'm not dealing with that. That's just way more complexity than I'm willing to handle in setting this up for balance. I'm going to balance this around vanilla weapons and around the concept that, you know, when you shoot at this from a distance with your guns that outrange it, get ready for some drones. Some little drone fighters are going to come after you and annoy you so that you have to adjust how you approach it all. A tank is an armored fighting vehicle intended as a primary offensive weapon in frontline ground combat. I don't think it's it requires a track.
Wait, say that again?
A tank is an armored fighting vehicle intended as a primary offensive weapon in frontline ground combat.
So if you put your troops on bicycles, they'd technically be tanks.
Only if they're your primary offensive weapon in frontline ground combat.
But infantry are your primary offensive weapon in frontline ground combat. And if they got a helmet, that's armor. So if they got a helmet and they're on a bicycle, they're a tank.
I mean, if your fighting force is fairly light, I guess, arguably, yes.
Even in the mixed warfare, there's still a primary.
But like a mech, a heavy mech
unit.
could easily be a tank.
Yeah, but so could a dude on a bicycle.
A bike makes them cavalry.
Yep, that's a fair argument. Well, I mean, most tank units are cavalry in quotation mark units, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So the reason that tanks, being heavily armored fighting vehicles, are typically tracked is because tracks can handle moving something that heavy across uneven ground better than wheels can. It's not the wheels and the tracks don't define whether it's a tank. It's a necessity of the engineering of designing something that's a heavy armored fighting vehicle. Lightly armored fighting vehicles, they tend to go for wheels because wheels are better in that circumstance because they don't need to have tracks to operate, because tracks have a whole lot of other engineering issues that make them not ideal, because a little bit of damage to the track can cause a lot of problems, and maintenance for them is a hassle and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, tanks don't need tracks. So you can definitely make a tank in Space Engineers. Especially with how strong we can make our suspensions, and the fact that we don't have mud.
Not yet.
Yeah. Speaking of mud, have you heard from Wasted?
Haven't seen anything back from him yet.
Oh, okay. You got any ideas for how I could do a tower like this?
So... there isn't really anything you could use as like an angled sort of like guy wire to sort of hold it up.
No, there's no way of doing that without subgrids and shenanigans. Yeah. Unfortunately, all the half blocks that we've got don't work in angled positions. They're just in cardinals.
Yeah.
Just reinforcing Capac stream arguments. Hang on, I gotta bring this up.
Yep, that's definitely an interesting combat machine.
That. Right. Right. Subgrids can be really bad in spawn bases because the subgrids, which are mobile grids, will spawn underground in a lot of instances. Most of the, like 95+% of the time, it'll be fine. But the times when it's not are the times when it'll bring a server to its knees. And it's because of that 1 in 20 chance of things going wrong that I'm like, that's, for this purpose, that's still too high. It's too much.
What if you do a tower that flares out at the top so you could have one of the bigger guns on it?
I haven't thought of a way to do the flare out at the top that doesn't just get giant. Or it doesn't just get a bit silly. Like, I guess with something like this, you could try...
But what's the next size gun?
The artillery. which would fit if I did this as a flare, I think. Don't think it's got anything that comes out. So, I mean, this one could probably work it. My other designs couldn't have. This one possibly can.
I'm pretty sure that Vespa has been specifically designed so that it won't flip when you fire it. I'm sure it is perfectly well balanced, as all things should be.
So yeah, like that. You can fit it on there.
That looks pretty cool.
It looks pretty cool, but do you want to be shot at by artillery?
I don't play using this mod.
You will be.
Oh no!
You will be. Hmm.
Ooh,
Yes.
what about taking the same design and making it into like a air traffic control tower?
Well, yeah, I could do that for a future base quite easily. Especially with the extra blocks we've got. It's not hard. In fact, I probably don't even need to have this flare here. Oh, actually I do. Dang it. Because of the... Let's go there. These windows. You can definitely do that sort of thing and make a tiny aircraft control tower. It's not what I was aiming for here, but you can certainly... Oh, do we have that? Yeah, it is. Like that. I think they'd look better if it was bigger. I forgot to set up undo on this particular save. That's why I haven't been using it. I keep forgetting. I'll just leave that there to remind me that that's the thing I can do with this tower. Right. I don't want to start doing the notepad heavy side of this just yet, because if I do, I'm going to probably get distracted as wasted turns up when I do. My other option is, of course... Oh no, we can't start without wasted, can we? I was gonna joke about you helping me get my truck upright, because that's gonna be the beginning thing we have to do, because I'm currently on my side in SnowRunner.
When you say that...
I was wasted here.
No, but one of my trucks was half embedded in the ground on its side.
Oh yeah, you were having all the weird glitching,
yep.
weren't you?
That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Well, while I've got you here and while Wasted isn't here yet, should we... I wanted to quickly talk about something Capac and I have planned for next Monday, so yesterday, a week from now, just to make it more confusing. As in, for the stream we did yesterday, what we're going to do next week.
This time, next week, but 24 hours earlier.
6 days from now.
Yeah, that.
So Capac and I've said this a million times, I'm pretty sure Capac agrees with me. Ooh, we've got round windows now, I can upgrade this. We've said that we don't really like playing PvP against each other. We don't do that much. Because most of the games we play that you might do that end up with very predictable outcomes. Would you agree, Capac?
There's generally a huge
Skill disparity?
yes,
Yep.
one way or the other.
Yes. And the reason we can both agree on this is because it is one way or the other. It's not always one person dramatically better than the other. Strategy games tend to fall toward me. Tactics games tend to fall towards Capac. And Mario Kart falls towards Capac. Off a cliff.
Well, sometimes you have to fall off a cliff to avoid the blue shell.
Yes. Sometimes it's faster than getting hit by the blue shell.
Yep, that's pro strats.
I know. There's pro strats you don't share because you like to keep winning with me not knowing how to do things.
I just shared one now.
So yesterday we played the Dune Spice Wars game.
Mm-hmm.
And we're actually going to try and play it against each other on stream next week.
Not just against each other.
No, we're also going to be bringing along TFE, who you guys might know as the final event from Wrong Way Up as one of the bots, from Scavenger Hunt as one of the bots, and also as someone who helps out a lot behind the scenes with teaching me stuff I need to know for NMES modding. So that'll be 3-player. We're going to do 1v1v1 VAI. Yeah, the Dune RTS game. That's the one. So I think the reason that it might work as a PvP game is because it was a board game first, wasn't it? It's based heavily off the board game, isn't it?
It takes some influences from the board game, yeah. It's not a direct translation of it, but it's got a similar kind of style.
I think that's its saving grace in terms of being a PvP game for us. Because lots of board games you play against each other, but they're very carefully set up. The good ones are very carefully set up so that when you reach toward the end, you don't, like, unlike a lot of things like Civilization and games like that, where you kind of know who's winning and who's winning by a lot, and you can't really do anything interesting as someone who's not winning. A lot of the newer board games that are meant to be played against each other and might be quite long sessions, that's hidden, or there's something interesting for the people who aren't winning to do along the way, and I feel like Dune kind of played that way, because Capac, TFA, and I played a competitive match yesterday. Capac wiped the floor with us, and it was fun.
I mean,
No, Takari, it'll be after Ravenhurst. So I'll do my Ravenhurst stream over on Flipsy, and then we'll come over to Twitch for the Dune stream.
I was thinking about it, and I think you guys might have been able to steal it from me.
We might have been,
Because
but I
I
think
had a very small military, and
if we
TFE had a
forces.
very large military. If the two of you, once I got the governorship, had focused completely on making my towns rebel and TFE sending his army to take my base, I think you could have stolen it from me at the end.
Yeah, but having the Landsrad Council constantly sending armies against me meant I couldn't do anything fighting-wise.
Yeah, but it probably would have ended with TFE winning.
Yeah.
But it would have required you teaming up to do it.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that Capac and I need to play games against each other is a third entity. Playing 1v1 is always a tricky thing to find a fun game to do with that in. You need that extra element so that it makes the whole interaction a lot more dynamic. But yeah, that's our plan for next Monday, which might well also be a sponsored stream. Capac?
Oh, yeah.
If you're okay with that.
Sure.
I had talked to Capac about this before. For those in chat wondering if I just throw that at him live. So yeah, that's our plan. And if this works, I'm hoping that we can do it every Monday and see whether this is something we can do a bit more of, because it certainly will open up a lot more games to be playable by us on stream if we can work out how to do it without getting really angry at each other.
We shall see.
Yeah. But yeah, still no word from Wasted?
Nope.
Huh. Kind of want to do something that you can join in on, so that I'm not just doing my own thing while waiting for him.
That's right. I'm happy to just chat for a bit.
Okay. Actually, I will be back in just a moment. I need to take a quick bio break. So I'll be back shortly.
Oh, great. Now I gotta entertain everybody. Typical. Just typical. And my flying corpses just to throw salt in the wound. Disgraceful. I was thinking about stealing this corpse screen from Splitsy to use as like a raid, play as an animation when raid happens, but I have to figure out how to set all that stuff up. Song singing. I mean, I was thinking about a song. I can't remember the lyrics to it though. Oh, that's not the right song. No, I don't have any crunchy snacks at the moment. I've got some muffins, but muffins don't really crunch. I mean, if your muffin is crunching, something's probably gone horribly wrong at some
What
point.
if it's like got choc honeycomb on top of it? That'd be crunchy.
I mean, I guess so, but that's not really the muffin. It's an addition to the muffin.
Fair. That's fair. I did have just a little idea, depending on how keen Capac is on it, while we wait to see when we're going to start SnowRunner. Would you like to do a joust or design some new jousting bots? I was thinking of making some two-person controlled ones.
Oh, so like one person's the horse and one person's the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we could.
Yeah? Alright.
Give that a go.
Alright, new game. So my idea behind making them two parts was probably use connectors that aren't connected, but we find the right magnetic force for them. And we can turn block damage off because it's knocking the head off the connector, gets you the point, or a strike to the body gets you a point. 2 points for the head, wasn't it? And 1 point for hitting the body with damage off.
I can't remember.
I think that's how it works. 2v2 jousting. Creative. Friends. Mods. 1 for body, 2 for head, 3 for dismount. Ah, yes. That's it. So I also thought we could have some fun with it this time since we've obviously got a lot better mechanical parts. I was still thinking of having them on wheels just because it makes it much easier to actually drive the thing. But I
What,
wanted
you
to
don't
make...
want robot legs?
No, but I was going to make robot legs. The robot legs just don't actually provide any locomotion. They just move. So that the horse looks like it's moving, but it's actually just being driven. Kind of like a kid's ride at a shopping center.
Oh, yep.
Other mods that we need. Let's add this. I think undo's meant to work in multiplayer now. Does anyone think of any other mods I might need for this? As usual stuff. I'm sure something will come up that I haven't thought of. I wonder if you could use a sensor to eject the rider for a good hit. Possibly. Yeah, Tex, you might be able to do that. Because the sensor would just have to detect a hostile subgrid, and then it would just turn off the connector, allowing the rider to be more easily dismounted. I quite like that idea. Let's do this on Earth, because that makes the most sense. Somewhere in the green area. Somewhere relatively flat. Huh. Did that not load up my... Oh, there it is. Alright, Capac, you should be able to join in a second. You can now join.
Okay.
Now, I'll put in our original Space Knights just so that we've got something to work off, but I think we probably want to start fresh for these ones. We may need to go bigger.
I think so. If you want, like, moving legs.
Yeah. Don't know what's going on with my voice. There we go. These were our original jousting horses that Capac designed the pixel art, and I sort of made them work-ish with an adjustable position for the lance. But I think what would be better is having a lance on with a turret controller, but no camera. So you have to line it up from the position in the head. Could you utilize the ejector connectors? You probably wouldn't need to use ejector connectors even with pistons. Because if the pistons push up whenever the ejector gets turned off, it'll throw the person off. It'll throw the thing off anyway. Yes. How to start something like this? Because what I wanted to do with this Capac, if you're, hopefully, because you'll be keen to do it at some point, was to potentially do this as a bit of a supporter fun session at some point as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we can get people in random teams to joust against each other. Warheads do impart kinetic energy. But if damage is off, I don't think they do. And for this sort of thing, you definitely want damage off. Because otherwise you're constantly cleaning messes up, which are annoying. Are you in the game?
I'm trying to join.
You're not able to.
It's sitting on joining world, and it's taking a very long time.
Huh. Weird.
Cancel and try joining again.
You should design the bottom, Capac should design the top. I think what I'll try and do is see if I can come up with a very quick, rough scale for something where we could move the legs, and then Capac can probably just copy that and do some design.
We should start off by making a fully articulated knight and a fully articulated horse.
And then try and...
And then glue them together.
So I'm thinking the way to do this might be to have more wheels than the 4 that we put on our original ones. Still having issues?
Yeah, it's still just sitting on joining world. And it's not listing a ping, which is odd.
Huh. I put myself online. Wonder if it's because you don't have one of the mods. What I might do, let me deactivate the undo mod and see if that lets you in.
Oh man, I quit playing Brotato for this.
Brotato?
Yep.
What is Brotato?
You play as a potato and you shoot things, or you whack things with big hammers.
Uh-huh.
Like a horde-based...
Fighting game? Or is it a twin stick?
It would be a twin stick, but it like automatically like shoots and targets, so it's only like single stick, I guess.
Okay. Were you playing that on your phone or on your PC?
On a PC.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that looks different already.
Yeah, I had a feeling that might have been the problem. Might need to be a little bit longer, actually. To be a base for a horse. Yeah, that looks like it should be alright. There'll be a bit of head sticking off the front, but... My plan is to, obviously, once we've got a design that works, we can then tweak it and finesse the size of this base and not have a giant flat platform.
That's going to be a big horse.
Well, to articulate the legs it might need to be. I don't know. Am I starting too big, do you think?
Hmm.
Like, what I was thinking is if you just build a single thing in the center, then you build the horse off that, and then we can have legs that look like they're running. And having a nice big base to work that off means it's not going to tip over with the forces of the rotors making things move.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it easier to scale up or down? I don't know. Barotrauma with 2016 players. That's insanity, Tex. I've played Barotrauma. Have you played it? Having that many people is... It's chaos with 2 people. Oh, 2 to 16. Yeah. 2 to 16 is very different. Are you just planning on modifying our original horses? Is that your thought?
I was just going to do some experiments.
Okay. Thought I'd have a look at seeing what I can do around having the legs move. See if I can make a almost natural looking leg movement. Yeah, Tex, Capac and I have both played Barotrauma. We've put it as videos on our share channel.
No.
What?
Symmetry's on, so I just erased both his arms at once.
Yeah, I'm building in subgrids, so I can't use symmetry. Piston with timer going up and down for gallop motion. Oh no, this is getting more and more complicated. I was imagining level, but that's kind of funny. Save that idea, Shadar. Save it. I like it, but I don't know. I don't know how. Hang on, I need a video of a horse running. Horse. I think I just want like a canter. Sort of motion, because I think that's more achievable. Yeah, having an up and down motion would make targeting a nightmare, because you'd also then need to make the yeah, that'd make it really hard. I think it'll be hard enough as it is. Yeah, the legs are pretty straight when a horse canters.
I need...
I could probably do this with a hinge, but I think a rotor will make this easier to make it look right, because you'll be able to thicken out the top of the leg. So if we go, let's just find the... Oh, I haven't put any battery on this yet, have I? No power source. Oh dear, if you fail at the leg mechanism, it would be a can't, Wow, Gross. Wow. Velocity, go this way. I think, in terms of range for this bit, it'd be kind of at most that, so like 22 to... So the knee doesn't move much. So this will be the limit. Although I probably... Yeah. Upper limit. Lower limit will be... Let's go minus 45 for now. So what I need to do is start with... that. And if I set the limit of this up to... Where are we at? Minus 22. Lower limit. I think we might even be able to cheat this by having it off. And it'll look pretty right. Oh, actually no, it won't. I'll just see. Okay. Alright, now I need timers. Don't know how many. So I struggle to think this stuff through properly.
Wait, where's the other... Where's the other rotor?
Left, front, leg.
Oh, it's on the other side.
Actually, let's just call it left shoulder rotor. And we'll go left elbow rotor. Because I don't know what the correct terms are for four-legged animals. Alright. I'm just ignoring those puns for a second. Timer block. So, what do I need to do? What we need to have happen is the rotor gets reversed, and then it gets reversed again, and then it gets reversed on a strict cadence, which I should be able to use a single timer for. So if we grab the first timer and call it timer block left shoulder, so I think I'll need alternating ones for each side. Left shoulder, set up actions. We want to reverse and then start this timer. The timer probably needs only like 2 seconds. So if I start that now, what's it going to do? It's going to be slow, but it's a start. Yeah, quadrupeds, that's the word I was looking for. Quadrupeds like the one curled up by my side. Timer block. Yeah, I think that works well enough. I'm not expecting this thing to look amazing. I just kind of want it to look funny as you see more motion and more legs moving and stuff like that. I think it just gives us more fun to have with it.
Oh, that's not right.
So yeah, if I add a little bit of braking torque on this, will it be enough to... What I'm trying to avoid is having to figure out the exact timing differences between the shoulder. Oh, actually no, these will be the same. These will be the same. So this one just needs to be slower. It can be on. And then we go with velocity, something like
Okay, that's
that
fine.
might be right.
That needs to be the other way.
And then we set up the timer to do more than reverse the rotor. It will also reverse the hinge. Let's try it. Kabak, tell me what you think of this.
Ah, I did the wrong thing. Hold on a sec. 18. Negative 18. Okay, let me see what you've got, and then I'll show you what I've got. Whoa!
Okay.
There we go. Whoa! Okay.
It's the front leg.
Um... Yeah, but it looks a bit weird on its own, but I can imagine it'd probably look better when it's got all of them.
Yeah, and there's another leg on the other side going the opposite way. And then
All
the
right.
back leg's doing their thing.
Come have a look at this. Get in the cockpit here.
Oh, did you put a turret controller in?
Yep, get in.
Hang on. We should probably get in the same faction.
Possibly.
There you go. Join the faction.
Okay, now take control of the control block.
Oh. Up, down. Um.
I'll
Oh.
have to put in a separate control for the elbow.
Oh. I think maybe... yeah.
But do you
Yeah.
think that's enough range of motion?
Oh. I really like that. I really like the shoulder movement. I really like it. Now, you may not need to add something extra, because what we might be doing is similar to what we've done before, which is putting a connector in the body. So the legs are fixed attached to the horse, rather than having them as a fully separate thing, because then they'll never come off. But having like the body be able to come off and the head come off separately, because then if you're not controlling the arm, like if you leave control, you can just use gyros to turn a bit. So let's get some more daylight. So the body might twist with the gyro to give you that extra little bit of reach outward.
Okay.
The other option, I guess, would be to have the whole rotor, like have the rotor of the shoulder, not the hinge, the rotor of the shoulder already mounted with the lance pointing slightly off to one side. But no, I really like that. It feels good. You could even just do hotbar controls for the elbow.
I don't think it's really necessary. I think
The biggest challenge is getting the scale right so that we've got enough, like, because look at your maximum distance out from the body. You're barely 2 blocks off from the wheel, so hitting the opponent off their horse is going to be a very big struggle.
well we can like widen the shoulders.
Yeah, like I think we'll have to do that sort of thing, like big wide shoulders, put the make the distance, make the humerus length a bit longer, so that the gap between the elbow and the shoulder is longer to push it out further as well. And then yeah, I agree, it should be fine because it'll be down to the steering of the horse then.
Yeah, so then you got one person controlling the lance.
And one person controlling the horse.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, this is kind of, Capac and I have played with jousting robots in Space Engineers a few times, and it's fun. So I've always wanted to do it with more to it, not just to be more complex, but to be a bit more interesting, to give us more variety. And because I always felt like what we did didn't quite work as well as it could have. Doesn't look right.
Hmm.
2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. Weird. Doesn't look it. So this goes from 37 to minus 45. So this one should go from minus 37 to 45. And do I do it 10 RPM? 15. Wolfenstein, people don't make long travel suspension because you kind of can't. Not without losing massive amounts of power. The wheels work better if you don't do things like that. Right elbow hinge. And right shoulder rotor. Now I think I know where this is going to look a bit wonky. But I reckon I'm just going to accept it as being a bit wonky. Oops. There you go, Kamak. Now with 2 of them.
Let me have a look. Yep, okay. Not weird at all.
Like, I was never planning on making something that looked perfect. I was just kind of going for, you know, adding some extra motion so that it looked a bit more interesting. Having a bit of fun with it. What if you lost the shoulder rotor and made it an elbow rotor so you can angle the lens left and right at the elbow? I think I like Capac's idea of you control it at the shoulder and you lock your elbow in. I know shoulders also do have internal and external rotation, which this shoulder doesn't. But I like this idea because then it does require something a little bit more from the person piloting the horse. Because without that, the person piloting the horse just has to keep straight and it's all down to the knight. With it, like, as in, if you were able to control it more, but with this limited control, you actually need to work together, which makes it fun. Makes things a little more interesting. Is it a no on the warhead on the lance idea? Generally, yeah. We often end up putting a warhead on the lance when we're mucking around after we've done a few more serious goes, but it's not really a thing you want to do when you're redoing these things repeatedly. Because all it does is end up meaning a whole lot of exploded bits that need cleaning. What are you using back here? Oh, they're your turret controllers. No, Kabak's definitely here.
What?
Kabak's quiet. Kabak's not streaming though, which I guess
No.
he could if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's right. I need to rename these fellas.
Exploded bits are the most tasty. You've been eating these things, Farrell? That doesn't sound right.
Right, so
But yeah, generally we don't start these things with the plan of having explosive tipped stuff. Just because it tends to devolve from a fun, vaguely serious competition to just people shooting each other way too quickly. I know there's not much movement in this joint in a horse, but I'm going to do it just because I think it'll make it look a bit nicer. Oh, actually, that's not where I want that. Whoops.
Ah. Why are there so many options?
Yes, there's room for 6 legs, but I just wanted to make sure that I had plenty of space. I didn't want to underbuild and then realize I had to expand something. Because that always gets annoying when you do that.
Oh no, is this not going to work?
What you trying to do? Are you trying to adjust the shield position?
Well, sort of. I was trying to set a group so I could control 2 turret controls at once. But I don't think it's letting me.
No, you can't. You can only control one.
Hmm.
So, Capac. One of the things that we have an issue with our lance designs in general is that we're pushing the lance off the wrong side of the horse.
Yeah.
Do we think we're game to not do that?
Well, it would involve building a wrist.
Yeah, let's not.
And, yeah, also navigating the lance past the horse's head.
Yeah. I think we'll stick with it being a bit weird and not being quite right. Got to decide which bits we try for interesting realism and which bits we just go, nope, 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 not doing that bit. Six-legged horse would be very space engineers. Yeah, would. It would. Oh, I don't have a nice way of doing this. I kind of wanted it so with a horse at a canter or at a gallop, the front legs and back legs don't move in synchrony. They're slightly out of timing. Like the back legs hit the ground first before the front legs do. And I wanted to see if I could simulate that, but I think I'd need timers with fraction of a second timings on them, which we can't do without using scripts. And I'm not going to that length. Not for animated legs that don't actually do anything.
No, this has to be a 100% accurate simulation of a horse.
Ah, good evening, Mr. Space.
I too have animated legs that don't actually do anything. Good evening.
How goes? Oh no, I've done a thing. So, are you almost ready for getting me unstuck from my upside downness?
I am 3/4 of the way through getting the steering wheel attached, so yeah. And my glasses are back in one piece.
Oh, that's good. they were not before?
No. No, it's been very warm here today, and apparently they're just loose enough that if you lean forwards in the right circumstances and your nose is a little sweaty, they come off just as you step forwards.
Perfect.
Well, we're right now making horses, so it's not a
Well,
huge
I
rush.
can see.
Blitzy's making a horse. I am working on robot arms.
We wanted to up... Capac, why does it have nipples?
I thought I'd give it the Joel Schumacher Batman treatment.
Why? Oh, jeez.
Okay, I've articulated the shield.
Wow. That's... I don't have the words for that, Capac. I do not have the words.
Take that, fiends. Have it you.
I mean, it sort of makes more sense of the horses. I was wondering.
What?
Well, no reference to the jousting had been made yet, so as far as I could tell, you were just making a horse.
Oh, right. Yes. No, we're
So that
jousting.
now adds up a little bit better.
So what we thought we'd do is make two-person, so it'd be a 2v2 joust. Two people play horses, two people play knights. So I figured if we're gonna do that, I may as well see if I can do animated legs for the horse. Still drive on rover wheels, but animate the legs. So it looks more interesting and amusing. More fun.
I might have to move the cockpit to the chest.
Yeah. I was thinking that might be the case. Why are you thinking that? Because you want the head to pop off?
Yeah, just have a detachable head.
Yeah, I think the head should be detachable using connector magnetism, and the body should be where the control all the control is. And when Wasted's ready, I can probably swap over, but I'm just gonna quickly add the controls for the rear legs and see how this looks. Doesn't look quite it. I think I'd have to use one of those scripts to get it to look really right. But tell me what you think, Capac. Is it fun enough?
Yeah, I think that looks suitably.
Ridiculous.
Yes.
It is kind of creepy, I agree. Do you think the distance between the legs is about right? I could move the hips a little bit further forward, but I worry about interaction between the front and rear legs. Words, Capac, words.
What I kind of want to... What the... Oh. I didn't see you had it all sticking off a rotor.
You want to drive it?
No, I... What? Ah! Help! I'm trapped. No, what? I wanted to see if you put some batteries on it and you detach it from the grid, how will it perform actually walking?
Oh, awfully. But we can do it.
Yeah, I want to see.
Hang on a sec. It's probably just going to fall over, to be honest. You want to see this? Here we go.
Go! Oh, it's going! It's actually working!
It's working backwards, but it's working.
What? I thought this was the front.
No.
Oh, you should make it the front, because that's what... Oh, no!
The rotors
Oh.
weren't strong enough.
Oh, we'll have to put him down.
Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. How can I access the control? Give everything super torque.
Oh, it's going.
Whoa!
Oh,
I don't even know how to achieve that. Well, that's enough ridiculousness. Wasted. Are you ready to go for a snow runner?
Hold on, I gotta make a blueprint. I might need this in future.
A gyro on override might do something. Sure, why not? Wait for Wasted to return from whatever he's up to. Fixing his glasses or whatever. Come back, do you want a seat on this? Wait, have you copied another one? Kappa! How many of these are you making?
Well,
Hey,
we need enough for all of the Knights of the Round Table.
thanks, old Grognard. Agreed. This did work a lot better than expected.
I think they're mostly turtling themselves. Oh, it's gone sideways.
Yeah, apparently the overridden gyros stopped most locomotion with it.
Oh, what if you put a thruster on it to give it a nudge? The right direction.
Hang on. Yeah, I'll give you a saddle to ride on it with. No!
Oh! Oh!
Huh, turns out damage is on.
Apparently so. Oh, now it's doing the coffee grinder.
Yep. Oh,
Oh, they're fighting.
yeah. It's the magic of subgrid damage being off. I think is the reason why the legs haven't broken. Because it's got like 7 batteries on it. It's fairly heavy.
I see that this, like all fights, has reduced itself to 2 things on the floor just rolling around, kind of half cuddling each other.
It has indeed.
Oh, they've extricated themselves.
for now.
Yeah, they're getting close. Oh! Well, I think we can call this an unmitigated success.
Yep. And let's now head over to some SnowRunner for some other unmitigated successes. Yeah. So, just for my stream, we'll be getting off to some SnowRunner shortly. Those of you who are going to hang around with Wasted and Capac, I'm starting as a turtle, so that's going to be fun. Yes, I'm still on my side. So I'll be back with that very shortly. There's all that and plenty more to come. See you soon.
Catch you next time, everybody.
And be right back. Let's go this one. No, yeah, this one. No, this one.